Hey, welcome in. I just thought I would talk about a few different things that we'll have going on today. So the team you see working on the floor is our resident hot shop team. They work for the Museum of Glass. And we are actually just fixing this piece up. This is meant to be a ski lift chair. And kind of long story short, this is almost like a commission, almost like a gift, right? And yeah, there's just a little broken arm on it. With the rest of our time today, we're also going to see this piece or something very similar made in the hot shop right here on the front pedestal. And this is actually a piece that was made during a recent artist residency here at the museum. Cartini Thomas was here, and we made all sorts of pieces, including this one here. But yeah, just remaking or making another one of these. And then in the second half of the day, I'm assuming we will also see some store items made. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I just wanted to introduce what we have going on real quick, and then I'll jump into explaining the process as they continue. But this is a piece that we actually just finished fixing. There was a little arm of the chair that had cracked, so we were fusing it back together. We'll put this away and let it cool down. This is a project that has been worked on a couple of times in the past month or so. It's basically like a commission. And next, we're going to be working on another one of these pieces right here on the pedestal. And it's actually blown. It has some solid components to it, like the arms and the piece inside of the blown body. This is actually a piece that was made during a recent artist residency by Cartini Thomas. And this is where we're going to put all of our finished pieces throughout the day. This is the annealer. It sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. With the press of a button, it'll slowly cool down to room temperature for maybe 12 hours or so. So while they're getting set up for the next piece, I'll give you a short overview of the hot shop itself, assuming you haven't been in one before, point out some of the equipment we're going to be using. So the tank in the back here is always what I start out pointing out, this tank with the closed door. We have one on either side of the hot shop. And these are specifically the furnace. So this is what's holding the clear molten glass inside of a large ceramic crucible at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we also have a place to reheat the glass and make it malleable again so we can continue working with it over and over. Running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, we have this open face furnace at each bench. And yeah, I think they're just briefly deliberating about the project, but we've technically already started this project. So that striping on the surface of the piece is coming from something called cane, which are essentially these sticks of colored glass. So we pulled a bunch of these yesterday, and we laid some of them out on a metal tray, all side by side, right over there at that right bench. You can see that metal tray on the end of the fork. We'll heat this up, and then we can roll it onto a bubble or a piece. So you'll see all of that basically right from the very beginning. That's what we have to start with. Yeah, so basically similar or the same way that we use those boxes on the walls to slowly cool things down, we can also use them to slowly heat things up, and that's what we use the ones in the front for. So we have some solid pieces of glass in here for the arms and that inside piece. We're going to heat these up inside of those boxes to about 1,100 or so degrees Fahrenheit. Which I know, again, sounds pretty hot, but at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the glass is still solid. Also, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. I also have a video that I could show off showing how we pull those sticks of glass to begin with. So I'll play that at some point when we have kind of a moment. Oh, thank you. So since you guys missed this part of the process and we have some time here, up on the screen, this is the pulling cane video. We usually start with some solid colored glass on the end of our pipe, which we then gather a layer or two of clear glass over top of before stretching it between two pipes entirely. This is a very controlled heat and a very controlled stretch to prevent it from getting too thin. And then we rest it on these wooden ladders to cool before cutting it into usually about pencil length and pencil width. And then as you saw briefly in the video, the way that we pick this up is we roll a bubble of glass over top of it. So you're going to see that 2 times for the body. We have 2 layers of striping. Thank you. For those who just recently joined in, I wanted to point out this piece on the front pedestal again, which is exactly what we're going to be working on right here in the hot shop. So we already have the solid components of this piece made, the arms, and then this piece on the very inside, which these are all completely solid glass through and through. So we're slowly heating them up inside of this box in the front to about 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we'll pick that up on the end of a pipe, and then we can work with it even further in the hot shop. And I wanted to mention again that this piece was made during an artist residency that we had very recently when Cartini Thomas was here. So this is her design and finished piece. So we come on over with a little bit of clear glass on the end of a solid pipe. That clear glass was kept warm enough that it would be tacky and it would stick to the piece that we're picking up. And another piece of equipment I haven't pointed out yet, we're going to be using this a lot, is the garage, which is a silver box right here. And that sits at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a flame in the corner on the inside. So we'll use that to keep things warm enough to prevent breaking, but not necessarily warm it up to the point that it melts. Yeah, no, we have some odd terms in here for certain things. We call it the garage, I heard, because we park the end of the pipe in there with the piece on it. Yeah, park. So this is the last piece we need to pick up out of the box here, and we'll set it aside and keep it warm with the other two. And for those who just joined in, what we're picking up out of this box are the 3 different components that we need to attach to this piece right here on the pedestal, or we're making another one of these. So the inside piece and then the 2 arms right here, they're completely solid glass through and through. We were heating them up and picking them up so we can put them on the body, which will be blowing soon here. Yeah, I'm glad that we have a physical example to show off for you guys so you can see the final product right here in front of you. And I'm assuming this piece will take till about our lunchtime to finish. This is a little bit of a bigger project just because of the patterning on the piece and all of the different components we need to attach, which the patterning is coming from cane, these sticks of colored glass that we pick up and then we'll twist into that spiral. We have the cane already laid out over on the right bench on this metal tray. So I mentioned to a lot of the audience already that this was designed and made by a visiting artist that we had recently, Kartini Thomas. And I wanted to kind of build off of that. We have visiting artists very frequently. We don't have any today. This is our resident hot shop team that's here full time. But we will be having more visiting artists almost every single week in August. So starting on August 5th, we'll have Dan Friday. And if you guys are local, you'll see his work just out and about here and there. You might not see the name quite attached to it, but for example, when I've gone to Woven, which is a restaurant on the water on Ruston Way, they have all of his fish like right in the entryway. So those are an example of his pieces right there. And then another kind of local thing, Hilltop Artists. That's for kids 12 and up to start blowing glass. There's after-school clubs, during the day school programs. They actually come to the museum pretty frequently as well for every 3rd Thursday. And they will have a residency, a full residency, August 12th through 16th. I'm assuming to prepare for their luncheon, which is always in October. There we go, October. Question. So I just got a question about the glass itself. So the glass is a mixture that we actually get shipped in from a specific company. So it's completely pure and it's the same exact mixture every time. We don't use recycled bottles or anything. Other hot shops do though, apparently, which is kind of cool. Yeah, it's a silica sand, but it's also got soda ash and limestone. It's a soda lime glass. And then our mixture apparently has a little bit of lithium in it as well, which softens the glass. That's what I've been told. So interesting. And it's melted down. Basically, it just starts off as that sandy texture, thrown into the furnace, and it's in a large ceramic crucible. So we basically gather it up like honey on a wooden dowel. How much? Basically, yeah, right? Yeah, ceramic crucible. Yeah, sometimes the closed captioning doesn't capture everything exactly, so we'll see if it captures this, but the name is Cartini Thomas. Yeah, that's close enough. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, of course. So that's the visiting artist that we had recently who designed and created this piece for anyone who missed that earlier. And that's what we're making or remaking today. And I was just told that we'll actually have a Meet the Artist video pretty soon to play. They just have to load it up. But yeah, they create, every time a visiting artist comes in, they create a video about the residency, so the work that they're doing, their inspirations behind it, and a little bit about the artists themselves. So that'll be a good video to play. And do we have an image of the original design for this piece? It was the pear one. Well, you know that. So I guess I can start to talk about the process of the piece itself, which we've already started over on the left bench. That's our view right now is the left bench. This is all still just clear glass through and through. Any color you see throughout the process is usually not exact to the final product. There's a lot of residual, or there's a lot of light being emitted from the amount of heat that's in the glass. It's glowing like lava. So this already has a bubble inside of it. This is a hollow piece of glass that we're making. So therefore we have it on a blowpipe. So yeah, for anyone else that noticed, we spray water into the furnace every once in a while. And this is actually to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass. Yeah, it's a pretty brief little thing. I'm sure it evaporates very, very quickly. But every once in a while, when we're gathering over and over out of there, the glass is kind of folding on itself as it drops back in, and it creates air bubbles. Now we have to hit a specific size and shape for this bubble. because we're going to be taking this bubble and rolling it over top of that cane that we prepared. Again, those sticks of colored glass. And if the bubble's too big, the cane doesn't wrap all the way around, or if it's too small, then we have too much cane. So we have to get it close to exact. Yeah, if you're wondering what we're doing here, we have to let the glass cool down a certain amount before we gather our next layer of clear. So we essentially have a solid core inside of the next gather. Otherwise, it's just hot all the way through and the entire thing's moving, and you don't have that shape that we worked so hard to get. So after letting it cool down, we'll be able to get our last gather, our last layer of clear. And we'll start heating up our cane a little bit more. So we're going to do the roll up right here at the center bench. This gather of clear that we're getting is more so to superheat the surface of the glass. So we let a lot of it drip back off. We're not going for mass. And whenever we disappear around the corner like this, we're actually using a pipe cooler. So just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And now we're ready for our cane roll up. And just like that, we now have a layer of pink striping across our piece. We'll have to do this again to get the yellow striping in the opposite direction at some point. But first we'll see them kind of smooth and melt this flat, and they will be twisting this cane so we have a spiral of color. So this is how we start twisting that cane. We're using this large metal table called the marver, which is basically a thick slab of stainless steel on top. And we're letting the glass kind of drag on it while we're turning the pipe, and that is causing all that glass to twist on itself. And because all of this cane doesn't come to the very end of the bubble or to the very point, we have to cut this clear glass off the end to get all of that cane to the very end or the top, like this. Otherwise, we just have a big clear bald spot. And that's just the way that cane works. We'll have a little bit of excess. And we're also basically using this as a handle at the same time. And as we're turning the pipe in one direction, we're squeezing and holding on, and that's continuing to twist the glass at the very tip. And for everyone who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. I wanted to show you guys what we're working on today, which is right here on the front pedestal. Luckily, we have a physical example to show off today. So this was designed and made by a visiting artist that we had here recently. Her name's Cartini Thomas. And we should have a video to pull up and show off a little bit later on, talking about herself as an artist, her inspirations behind her work, and the work that she did during the residency. But yeah, this is one piece that was worked on, and we're making a second one in the Hot Shop today. We've already gotten as far as having a bubble, and we have the pink striping all the way across it already, over on that left bench. And we'll get that yellow striping next. The people you see working on the floor are our resident Hot Shop team. They work here full-time at the museum. So anytime you come in, you'll usually see these guys down here helping visiting artists that come through or working on plenty of other projects like today. So the center bench, this is how we get those stripes. We have a tray of cane laid out. Cane are these sticks of colored glass. And we take our bubble, we roll it over top of the cane to pick it all up. Hot will stick to hot. So for those who saw the first part of the process where we picked up the pink cane and we twisted it in one direction, right? We actually twisted it pretty hard, like harder than we needed to for the for just one direction. So that way, when we pick up the second layer of cane, the yellow that we just picked up, we twist it in the opposite direction. So it's going to untwist itself a certain amount, that first layer of cane, but it's also twisting that second layer. So we're going to end up with these crisscross lines across the finished piece, just like our one right here on the pedestal. And all of these other components right here, like the arms, and there's actually a solid piece of glass inside of the blown body as well. Might be a little bit hard to see from where you're sitting. Those three have already been created, set aside to keep warm inside of this silver box right here. So we'll pull those out later and attach them to the body. Now, yes, it certainly does. Yeah, glass floors, they have to not get attached to pieces, usually, especially if it's very experimental. But these guys have been working with glass for a while. The full-time team that works here on the hot shop floor has been working with glass for up to about 35 years individually. You know, some individuals up to 35 years of experience. So you don't often see many mistakes. They make everything look easy. Oh, those are actually what we'll see in the second half of the day. So good question. Those are some pictures. I'm not sure if they're exactly the same kind that we'll see, but we often make pictures for the Museum of Glass store, and we're specifically going to be making ones that have these little air bubbles in the walls for the ones today. Exactly, yeah, in our store. Yeah, of course. And yeah, that slideshow that popped up on the screen, I'm sure you already noticed that design is very similar or the same as to what we have on the front pedestal right here, which is exactly the piece that we're remaking for anyone that has joined in recently and didn't hear my little introduction. So this piece was made during that artist's residency, Cartini Thomas, and she was here maybe a couple weeks ago. And yeah, we're going to be making one of these guys. We already have the arms, solid pieces made. This is the body. So we just have to bring everything together. So I can actually give a little introduction to the hot shop itself, which will answer that question. The first piece of equipment I always like to point out is what we're inside of right now. This is the glass furnace, and it's at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is what's actually holding the molten glass inside of it. So it's a large ceramic crucible, just like this diagram is showing. Cool. And then we also have these places to reheat the glass, make it malleable again, or keep it just warm enough to not have it break. And those run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have two of them running today so that we can do something, for example, like we have the body at the center bench, and then we can heat up the arm over on the left and then bring the two together. So it's nice to have two different places to work at the same time frequently. Thank you. So we've disappeared around the corner to go cool the pipe, and we'll come back to the center bench. This is where we work on our pieces the most. So before we blow a bubble out, we will always use a block 2 times. A block is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. So this is carved out of wood. It's kept in water to keep it saturated and make sure it doesn't burn. And then we're just kind of smoothing and evening the glass out so that the bubble blows out evenly. So this is when we're going to see the piece get bigger and we'll start shaping it a lot more. And this is why it's helpful to have a team. So you could see Gabe is shaping the glass using the pad of newspaper, just fold up newspaper, splash with water. Somebody's helping him turn. And we also have somebody blowing into the end of the pipe and expanding the glass like a balloon. So it's often 3 or 4 people you'll see per team. So they're starting the jack line right now, which is basically this divot or weak point that we purposefully carve in to break the piece off from later on. And now this is when we'll see a lot of shaping of the piece. We'll get it a lot closer to its final form.
name's Cartini Thomas, and I'm an American sculptor living and working in France. I've been there for the last 20 years. Normally I work with ceramics. I work with stoneware and porcelain, so they're high-fire ceramics, which have quite a few constraints. I learned about ceramics pretty much just by trying things out, trial and error, a lot of explosions, a lot of pieces cracking in the beginning, things melting. And every time I felt like I needed to learn a new technique, I would go and take a little class in a workshop or go to a specific person who could teach me about it. And so it's pretty much self-taught with lots of experiences in different workshops. I started off making monsters right from the get-go. I've never made anything useful in ceramics. I don't know how to make a bowl or a cup, but monsters are my passion, and so I just started making sculptures immediately. I've always loved monster toys. All kinds of toys, but I love Japanese monster toys, the vinyl kaiju toys, and robots, any kind of low-budget science fiction movie. And beyond that, I think monsters, for me, are interesting because they tell us about who we are as humans, about our identities, about the things that we're afraid of, the things that we love, the things that we create and destroy. And so there's so much, it's kind of a rich field, monstrology, I call it. It's really fun creating, drawing, looking at monsters, playing with them. And they have kind of a wealth of possibilities in regards to the textures, the colors, the shapes. It's kind of, as a sculptor, a monster is just a really rich playing field. I had a residency at Pilchuck a couple weeks ago, and it was a really kind of experimental residency where I just tried all the techniques of glass that I possibly could in the space of 2 weeks. So we did a bit of fusing, a bit of glass blowing, casting. Here at the MOG, we're working on 2 different monsters. They're modular sculptures with multiple pieces, and the idea is to create kind of a dizzy feeling using canes of thin layers of glass swirling around the bodies of the monsters to have lots of color and a dizzy feeling looking at them. Before coming here, I didn't know anything about glass. I had never been in a glass workshop. I'd never seen it up close before. And so the real big surprise for me was the collaborative side of this and how wonderful it is to work with a team of gaffers and assistants and different people in the workshop. And just the amazing communication that takes place. So the work has come out differently from what I expected because I came with a set of 3D drawings and tiny little plasticine models. So it was still quite vague in my head, but I have to say it's come out way better than I expected and way better than I even imagined. So the colors, the juiciness, the transparency, the light that we can have with glass, it's just beyond what I imagined. So the experience at Pilchuck and now at the Museum of Glass have really changed the way that I'm going to work when I get home. First of all, I'd like to keep working with glass in any way possible. In the easy ways that I can do it in my workshop are maybe fusing or casting. But it's also a different way of thinking about volumes, about how to put a 3D sculpture together. I had my techniques with ceramics that were kind of came from the material, but working with this whole new material that has a whole new set of constraints has really helped me rethink the kinds of forms that I want to make, be a bit more free with them, add more color, try and get the saturated color that we have in glass that I couldn't really get in ceramics before. I think it's really wonderful that there's this collaboration between Pilchuck and the MOG because Pilchuck, being a school, allowed me to play with a whole bunch of different techniques to learn about what's possible with glass, for me who's never worked with glass before, to get used to working in a team because I always work alone in my studio, And having Heather Sutherland as an amazing artist assistant and working with the team of gaffers at Pilchuck really educated me about the possibilities. And then I came to the MOG and a bit better about communicating to the team about what I want. I know more about what we could possibly do. And so the pieces that we're coming out with here are just like this amazing continuation of what we started at Pilchuck. These 2 residencies, I really feel like they've changed a lot for me in my practice, my whole art practice. Working with these incredible people, these artists in their own right who have amazing ideas. I really feel like it's been a collaboration. It hasn't just been me bringing my work in to get done. And I really am excited about creating new links in the Pacific Northwest, doing more work here, coming back for more residencies, working with galleries here. So it's just been really wonderful. Thank you very much.
Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. I see a lot of new faces in the crowd. So that video that just played was a Meet the Artist video from a residency that we had just a couple of weeks ago, very recently here, right in the Hot Shop. And her name is Cartini Thomas. She created this piece right here along with our team on the floor, on the front pedestal. So we are making another one of these in the Hot Shop today, and you can already see how far we've come. We just need to finish off the body and then attach the other components like the arms. So while that video is playing, the artists have taken the bubble, they let part of it fall a little bit off center, and then they started carving into the bubble, which is, of course, creating the butt of this creature, which, I don't know, maybe I'll just lightly rotate this for the audience to see. And just to mention to the newcomers, I know everyone's coming at different times, so feel free to grab my attention and ask questions, whether it be about the process, about the people that are on the floor, anything is fine. Well, so I did bring up Cartini Thomas, so she's the designer behind this piece. But the people who are on the floor, these guys are actually our resident Hot Shop team that works here full time. So almost any day that you come in, you'll see them down here working on pieces. Yes, so glassblowing is always very team effort oriented, and you oftentimes will see teams of 3 or 4. And there is the designer, you know, they have the last say in how the piece turns out, but there's also something called a gaffer, and they're kind of like the head of the glassblowing team. They're the ones who are telling those around them what they need. And so it seems like Gabe is definitely gaffing right now. Gabe's the one with the cap, the black cap on his head. Yes, so actually we have the original artist design. If we could see that up on the screen, please. For the project that we're working on today, could we have the design up on the screen, please? And oftentimes it just takes a moment, but we have an image that the artist created herself and brought in for us to base these pieces off of. Yeah, I've gotten some speculation or some questions from the audience about the patterning on the piece, and that's coming from something called cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. And basically, we start by, first off, creating these sticks of colored glass in the first place, which they did yesterday. That's stretching this large cylindrical piece of glass on the end of pipe. They attach a second pipe, they stretch it between the two, and then they cut it up into these smaller segments. Then we lay these all out on a tray and heat them up because hot sticks to hot, and then roll it up on the outside of a bubble before blowing that bubble into this finished piece, to put it very simply. But yeah, this is cane work. So using these sticks of colored glass. So we did a lot of heating of that clear glass, connecting the piece and the pipe in preparation for this exact moment, actually. If the glass is too cold, this area will start to crack or break, and those cracks will travel. We oftentimes will heat it up enough that we even see movement in that connection before we disconnect a piece from a pipe, which the reason we did this attachment this time, we attached this pipe to the bottom, broke it off, is just so that we could flip the orientation and start working on the opposite end. So this is going to be the top of the pear, which we need to get rid of all of that clear glass that remains up at the end, completely close it off. So first, this opening is widened. We do need to fit this piece right here inside through this opening at the top before we close it off. So we'll probably start preparing that as well, which, just to point out again, that was or is resting inside of this silver box right here called the garage on the end of a pipe, just keeping warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in here. So the pieces that are in the art alley, which is that section of glass art on display before the bathrooms, that is the Kids Design Glass series, and that's something that we actually work on once a month. And the reason that they look similar is because I think that they have a similar idea where it's like this creature just straight from someone's imagination. But those ones are specifically designed by kids, of course. Yeah. So they submit a drawing, and this is something that kids 12 and under can do, any kids in the audience. You submit a drawing, and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. The people that are making these pieces right now behind me are the ones that go through the drawings each month. They choose the one they want to make. And then what happens is they ask the family to come in if they want to watch it being made. And they sit in the front row, and they make 2 of the same exact piece. So one can go home with the family, and then one stays here at the museum. So the Kids Design Glass program is really amazing. Yeah, and it's completely free. Like, it's just for fun. It's something that the museum does every month. So we have changed our setup at the center bench a little bit. We now have these rollers that we're going to be rolling the pipe in just one place instead of back and forth across the bench, so we can more easily line up the piece that's going to be fitting on the inside. Yeah, that's exactly what we're making. Yeah, there's supposed to be 2 for the way that this piece is displayed, or these pieces are displayed. Oh, nice. There we go. Here's the image on the screen. This is the final design right here, and they're supposed to be boxing each other, so there's 2 of them specifically. Thank you. And at the center bench here, it looks like we have brought our piece over, and we're attaching that on. And to disconnect that pipe is just a light little tap, and it pops right off. Well, the people that are working on this piece, like Gabe, he has about, I think he told me 35 years of experience working with glass, basically full-time. So Yeah, this is their 9 to 5 working here at the museum. And the museum opened in 2002. A lot of the people that are on the full-time team have been here almost since the beginning as well. So they've been in this space for a while on top of already knowing how to work with the glass. Yeah. Yeah, good question. So I asked Cartini what she planned on doing with these pieces, and I think that she said she plans on putting them in some galleries or on display at some point, but didn't have things lined up quite yet. Like she didn't have a place quite yet. But yeah, we should see them at some point on display. And a lot of residencies are like this where artists come in for a full residency, which is 5 days, the 5 days that we're open. And the terms of that residency are they donate one piece to our Red Hot auction right here at the museum, which is happening September 19th, by the way. It's a yearly auction that the museum has to raise funds to keep it running. So yeah, that is going to be happening, and the rest just goes with the artists. They can do whatever they want with it. Oh no, so the visiting artist was here a couple of weeks ago, and we're just remaking this piece. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also, we do have a couple of fun things coming up at the museum that I wanted to point out. This weekend, we're going to be having some workshops going on. So this is your chance to actually work with glass yourself. We have these once a month on the last weekend of the month. So you can always look forward to those. We have a calendar specifically telling you what the pieces are that are going to be made as well. And then I also wanted to point out the Third Thursday program that we host. So every third Thursday of every month, we have free admission into the museum from 5 to 8 p.m. And we have a different team that comes on the floor and works with the glass. But we specifically have a concert going on for the third Thursday coming up. So in August, on the 20th, we're going to have concert in the Cone. And this gets pretty packed pretty quickly, so it's definitely something, if you want to attend, be here bright and early at just at about 5. So with a lot of our excess glass, if it has color in it, we can't reuse it because melting together a bunch of different colors is just going to get all muddy. So those pieces are just thrown away or recycled. But the clear glass, we actually completely reuse all of our clear glass. And that specifically goes into a designated bucket. If anyone's seen us use this throughout the day, that really tall one right there with the cutout, that one is where we put our clear glass, and that is crushed up and thrown back into the furnace. So yeah, we do end up reusing a lot of glass. And sometimes, we didn't do it with this piece in particular, but sometimes if the cutoffs are really pretty, they will save them and set them aside, and they can make like a little shot glass out of it or something, just a little cup. Yeah, paperweight. Yeah, you've seen paperweights. We've seen little cups. And if we have a little bit of extra color, just like plain color by itself, sometimes you'll see some of these horses sculpt out of the glass. It's a pulled pony. Well, they've been working on this piece since about 10:30, so we've been working on this one for over an hour, and I was telling people earlier that it'll probably take basically the entire first half of the day to finish this. We usually go on our lunch around 1 p.m., so we can expect it to be finished before then. Yes, so this is a Sophietta, and we're technically using it backwards. The small end is usually the mouthpiece, and then the cone blocks off the opening to a piece, but it is to reinflate the glass. There's no hole or opening to this piece except for where he's blowing into right now. No, we actually do have a small hole. So we can't completely close a piece of glass off, otherwise we're creating a vacuum inside of it. So there has to be a hidden hole somewhere. For these pieces, because they have buds, they just thought it would be perfect placement to put it right between the cheeks. So at a certain point or with certain pieces, you definitely want to keep working with it until it's done. But there are so many different projects where they're multi-day projects where you start a bubble. Maybe you have a bunch of different layers of color. and then you let it cool down, and then maybe you grind through the surface, and then you expose those underneath layers of color, and then you pick it back up and you heat it up again in the hot shop. So you can pause things and rework them. It just becomes a little bit riskier with certain pieces. And with this piece in particular, we definitely want to just go all the way through with finishing it. That piece that's on the inside, right now it's perfectly straight, but if they heat it up too much and they're not turning correctly, then it could fall off center. There are a lot of little things that they have to pay attention to, and they don't have access to that piece on the inside anymore, so they can't push it back. Yep, so all of these sculptural or solid pieces were created earlier, I think yesterday, and they just kept them aside, heated them up again this morning, and now they're picking them up and bringing them over. So those were the eyes that we just finished attaching. And I haven't really talked about this torch we've been using, so for those who haven't seen some of the processes and temperatures in here, this small handheld torch is a very impressive temperature of about up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, pretty hot. The molten glass, when it's the texture of honey, aka it's basically just molten lava, is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is over double the heat of the molten glass itself, meaning that we can very quickly heat up a small section of glass at a time. It's really helpful for these moments where we need to just attach something. Now we just have the arms. The arms are sitting on the ends of two pipes inside of the garage, that silver box right there. Where do we get the color? So with the striping, which this piece is completely consisted of striping, we get the color from cane, these sticks of colored glass. And I do have a video showing how we get the cane itself, but basically we take this cane, we lay it all out side by side on a tray, heat it up lightly, and then we roll a bubble over top of it to pick it up. And actually, we do technically have time, so let's see that cane pulling video, please. They've got two arms to attach. We've got time. So this is the cane pulling video. We start with solid colored glass on the end of our pipe, which I'll talk about after this video. And then we usually gather a layer or two of clear over top of that before attaching a second pipe and then stretching it between the two. So this is creating one really long rod of colored glass. We lay it across these wooden ladders to basically just prevent it from touching the cold concrete of the floor, and that's enough for it to cool down without breaking. And then we cut it into usually about pencil length, pencil width sections of glass before laying it out, usually on a metal tray. For this piece, we used a metal tray. and rolling a bubble over top of it to pick it up. So that was the exact portion of the process that I wanted you guys to see. It was that rolling. And then we did take the glass, we twisted it to get a spiral of color, and then that was pretty much it right there. And every component of this piece, the arms, the piece on the inside, the body, they all have twisted cane, so those stripes, and then they just twisted them. Yeah, exactly. I get a lot of questions about that, so I may as well repeat it to the audience. But we use this fluffy torch, so it's called, to heat up the glass connecting the piece to the pipe. We see this basically throughout the entire process, especially towards the end, like right now, because that pipe is sucking heat out of the glass, and it's the last thing going into the heat when we're pushing it into the furnace, first thing coming out. It gets really cold, and if it gets too cold, it'll crack and break, which means the piece can fall off the pipe. So just an extra bit of heat will prevent anything bad from happening. And here comes our first arm. We have to heat up the arm itself, where it's going to be attached to the piece, and then the side of the piece. And then we can go ahead and connect the two. Yeah, we're making this piece right here on the front pedestal. Yeah. So we actually have a design that I can show off up on the screen, if we could see that, please. It's designed by a visiting artist that we had a couple of weeks ago in here. Her name is Cartini Thomas. And that design should pop up at some point on the screen. We have been having some issues, but yeah, she was here a couple weeks ago. This is supposed to be a pair. Well, I mean, when I say that, you're probably looking at the shape, right? But I mean, there's supposed to be two of them together, a pair of pairs, right? Yeah. So they are boxing each other. They have little boxing gloves on and everything. And yeah, we're making the second one to that right now. But we technically already had two of these. We're just kind of remaking one after it cracked. And that's why we don't have our visiting artists here today. Usually we do make all of the visiting artists' artwork during their residency. So those specific pieces that we're cutting off right now, they have a little bit of clear glass and a little bit of color basically together. So we can't reuse those as either colored glass or clear glass anymore. So those ones we don't reuse. But all of our leftover clear glass we reuse completely, and that's what we've been throwing into the taller buckets in the back on either side of the hot shop here, which tends to be closer to the beginning of the process. So you probably haven't seen that in a little while. But yeah, good question. We do reuse a lot of our clear glass, but often not the color. Yeah, good question. So the arms are completely solid all the way through, the end attachment and the arm itself. The clear glass underneath has some cane wrapped around it, just like the body. So that's a very similar process. The end right here, that is actually using a mold, which they take clear glass, they stuff it into something called an optic mold, which gives it those ridges. And then from there, they have to form it into more of, yeah, almost like a bundt cake shape, it looks like. Yeah. And here we come with the second arm. Yeah, can we have our image on the screen, the design for these pieces? Yay, thank you. So I know somebody asked for this earlier, and here it is now. So these two pieces are supposed to be, facing and boxing each other. So I think Gabe was just doing a little bit of a lining up, making sure that the boxing gloves were going to miss each other for these two pieces. Thank you. So yeah, at this point, it's mostly just light little touching up, and then we'll be ready to break the piece off and put it away. And could I have our visiting artist video, please? I think I have just enough time to play this.
My name's Cartini Thomas, and I'm an American sculptor living and working in France. I've been there for the last 20 years. Normally I work with ceramics. I work with stoneware and porcelain, so they're high-fire ceramics, which have quite a few constraints. I learned about ceramics pretty much just by trying things out, trial and error, a lot of explosions, a lot of pieces cracking in the beginning, things melting. And every time I felt like I needed to learn a new technique, I would go and take a little class in a workshop or go to a specific person who could teach me about it. And so it's pretty much self-taught with lots of experiences in different workshops. I started off making monsters right from the get-go. I've never made anything useful in ceramics. I don't know how to make a bowl or a cup, but monsters are my passion, and so I just started making sculptures immediately. I've always loved monster toys. All kinds of toys, but I love Japanese monster toys, the vinyl kaiju toys, and robots, any kind of low-budget science fiction movie. And beyond that, I think monsters, for me, are interesting because they tell us about who we are as humans, about our identities, about the things that we're afraid of, the things that we love, the things that we create and destroy. And so there's so much, it's kind of a rich field, monstrology, I call it. It's really fun creating, drawing, looking at monsters, playing with them. And they have kind of a wealth of possibilities in regards to the textures, the colors, the shapes. It's kind of, as a sculptor, a monster is just a really rich playing field. I had a residency at Pilchuck a couple weeks ago, and it was a really kind of experimental residency where I just tried all the techniques of glass that I possibly could in the space of 2 weeks. So we did a bit of fusing, a bit of glass blowing, casting. Here at the MOG, we're working on 2 different monsters. They're modular sculptures with multiple pieces, and the idea is to create kind of a dizzy feeling using canes of thin layers of glass swirling around the bodies of the monsters to have lots of color and a dizzy feeling looking at them. Before coming here, I didn't know anything about glass. I had never been in a glass workshop. I'd never seen it up close before. And so the real big surprise for me was the collaborative side of this and how wonderful it is to work with a team of gaffers and assistants and different people in the workshop. And just the amazing communication that takes place. So the work has come out differently from what I expected because I came with a set of 3D drawings and tiny little plasticine models. So it was still quite vague in my head, but I have to say it's come out way better than I expected and way better than I even imagined. So the colors, the juiciness, the transparency, the light that we can have with glass, it's just beyond what I imagined. So the experience at Pilchuck and now at the Museum of Glass have really changed the way that I'm going to work when I get home. First of all, I'd like to keep working with glass in any way possible. In the easy ways that I can do it in my workshop are maybe fusing or casting. But it's also a different way of thinking about volumes, about how to put a 3D sculpture together. I had my techniques with ceramics that were kind of came from the material, but working with this whole new material that has a whole new set of constraints has really helped me rethink the kinds of forms that I want to make, be a bit more free with them, add more color, try and get the saturated color that we have in glass that I couldn't really get in ceramics before. I think it's really wonderful that there's this collaboration between Pilchuck and the MOG because Pilchuck, being a school, allowed me to play with a whole bunch of different techniques to learn about what's possible with glass, for me who's never worked with glass before, to get used to working in a team because I always work alone in my studio. And having Heather Sutherland as an amazing artist assistant and working with the team of gaffers at Pilchuck really educated me about the possibilities. And then I came to the MOG and a bit better about communicating to the team about what I want. I know more about what we could possibly do. And so the pieces that we're coming out with here are just like this amazing continuation of what we started at Pilchuck. These two residencies, I really feel like they've changed a lot for me in my practice, my whole art practice. Working with these incredible people, these artists in their own right who have amazing ideas. I really feel like it's been a collaboration. It hasn't just been me bringing my work in to get done. And I really am excited about creating new links in the Pacific Northwest, doing more work here, coming back for more residencies, working with galleries here. So it's just been really wonderful. Thank you very much.
So at this point, we're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. We did our final little touch-ups. So in preparation, we always heat up this glass connecting the piece and the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And then we know that we can break it off, usually by maybe a little bit of cutting or in the end, always applying a little bit of water to crack that connection fully and pop it off. And this is going inside of the annealer over on the left wall, which is sitting at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, this large black box over there. And it'll just hold this piece at a healthy, warm temperature, and then eventually that temperature will drop for about 12 hours, very slowly, controlled cooling, and that's going to prevent thermal shock. So we're preheating those gloves just a bit. These Kevlar gloves are apparently the same material as like a firefighting suit. And we'll use these to pick up this piece as we break it off the pipe, which we'll do right now. So this is your final opportunity for photos. We apply a little bit of water. We're cracking that connection with thermal shock. And then a tap of the pipe sends a vibration to those cracks and just pops the piece right off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And just like that, we are done. We'll see that piece again tomorrow. It looks like it is safely in the annealer. And thanks for sticking around and watching to the end.
Thank you, guys. That was amazing.
So we still have time before our lunch break. So I'm sure the artists will take a second, get some water, deliberate. But we're going to be working on these pictures for the rest of the day, which we're putting some out on display on this front pedestal real quick. So these are sold in the Museum of Glass store right here within the museum. And they are bestsellers. These are specifically pineapple pictures. And I'll explain how that kind of ties in later. But we use a mold to get these little air bubbles dispersed through the wall of the piece. And that's the pineapple mold. So luckily, I have a little list of things that I have been pointing out throughout the day that are a little bit unrelated to what we're working on. So perfect time to talk about this while they're taking their water break. We have some workshops this weekend. So Saturday and Sunday, people are allowed to come down on the floor, and this is a paid experience. You sit down, you make your own piece of glass art. It depends on when you come in or when you sign up what they are making. In the spring, for example, they make birds and flowers. And in the fall, they make lots of pumpkins. Those ones are very popular. So again, that's this weekend. It's every last weekend of the month. So you can look forward to those each month. And I did want to point out a couple of visiting artists that we have coming up, because this week we don't have a visiting artist. We have our resident hot shop team, the people who have been working on the floor. They work here full time. And every once in a while, or pretty frequently actually, we have visiting artists come through as well. So the next one coming up is Dan Friday. He's going to be here August 5th through 9th. And if you guys are local, you will actually see his work on display in a few different places. One that comes to my mind is Woven, which is a restaurant along the Ruston Waterway or Ruston Waterfront. And in Woven, there are these large glass fish on display in there. Those are made by him. He makes these fish pretty frequently. It's kind of what he's known for. And then, of course, coming up, we have a free admission for Third Thursday. Every third Thursday, we have free admission from 5 to 8 p.m. That's coming up August 20th. But this one's special because we actually have a concert that'll be playing. They'll be playing live music right up there above the hot shop. And this one's pretty popular. It gets a little bit packed. So if you want a seat, come a little bit earlier, and then you should get a seat. But yeah, those are some fun things that we have coming up that I wanted to make sure to point out while I had a little bit of time here. And feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. I can answer pretty much anything. Yeah, and these pictures that we're going to be making, they're actually really quick pieces themselves. Sometimes I think they make them as short as like 15, 20 minutes a piece. So they whip these out like crazy. And again, it's because they're our best sellers. They make them more frequently than other pieces, and therefore they're really fast at making them. But yeah, it'll be fun to watch. These are the ones that they made yesterday, I'm assuming. Yeah, so I just had someone ask about that too. We finished it already, and it's inside of that box over there. Yeah, the black box on our wall. That's where it's going to cool down overnight. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. So You know what though? We live stream every single time we're down on the hot shop floor, and then we permanently save it on YouTube. So you can actually pull up the YouTube video from any day and just watch what we made. Yeah. Yeah. It is, I know. It's like people gathering around a fire, right? And you'll just stare into the fire. It's kind of how it feels. Yeah, the artist is taking a short water break, but we're going to be making those pictures right there, which we just put on display. Yeah. Yeah, the glass pieces themselves radiate a lot of heat because the glass is always sitting somewhere between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just about. And so if you're just a few inches away from that, you can imagine how hot it is. I actually took a picture this morning. I was standing in front of the heat, just like absorbing warmth. It feels good to me, even if it's a warm day. But then your skin starts to kind of marble, like you're standing in front of a heater for too long. And yeah, it goes away, luckily. But you have to be careful. Yeah, it is super hot. All of the equipment we're working with is usually running somewhere between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So just a little bit warmer. Yeah. Everything's running off of natural gas. Yeah. We have one torch that's propane and oxygen. That one is our hot torch, so it gets up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but everything else is natural gas. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yes, exactly. Just Museum of Glass, YouTube. Yeah. So we just picked up some color over on the left bench. And actually, I don't think I've shown this off yet today, and I don't have any physical examples. So could we have the image of color bar up on the screen, please? Hey, do we have an image of color bar we could put up on the screen, please? Actually, right in front of me. This is color bar. So this is solid colored glass through and through. And basically, we heat this up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We attach it to the end of a pipe with a little bit of clear glass, and then we melt it down. So that's what's happening over on the left bench right now. We usually use just small segments at a time. And this is, of course, going to be a transparent color, something like these right here, so that we can actually see through the finished piece. But yeah, we'll use this color to create this layer, this really thin, almost thinner than paper layer of color within the walls of the piece. Yeah, exactly. I should point out this piece of equipment for anyone else that hasn't heard or seen it, but this is the garage, and there's a flame in the corner, and it sits just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We can change the temperature, but that's the temperature we set it to, which is a happy medium where it's not hot enough to melt, not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. So we preheat the glass up to that temperature in there. So we have a clear bubble ready, which we've propped up and it's sitting up towards the ceiling. We have our color, which we're completely melting down right now. And we're going to drop this color directly onto that clear bubble. And then we go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up the clear. So all we see in the finished product is just the color. And this is called a color dropper, color overlay. And that's, of course, what we did with all of these pieces right here. So every single blown piece that we create in the hot shop starts this small, with just this little bit of glass on the end of our pipe, and then we have to build upon that. So once we have this layer of color, we'll eventually start gathering layer upon layer of clear glass over top of that as well, just to build up enough mass to blow this out and turn it into a pitcher. Well, the open face furnace that we have in front of each bench is used to reheat the glass and make it malleable, or just to keep it barely warm enough to not break. And then the tanks with the closed doors, that's actually where we're getting the glass itself. So those are the glass furnaces, and they sit at a pretty steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit usually. And there's just a large ceramic crucible in the base that we fill with more and more of that sand mixture and then melt it down. They actually hold up to about 1,000 pounds of glass each, which, yeah, I know, it's crazy. So we gathered our next layer of clear. We're shaping this a little bit. We'll probably blow this a little bit. And eventually, this is going to be stuffed into a mold that we have on the ground called a pineapple mold. And luckily, we have an example of this that I can show off, if we could have that up on the screen. A pineapple mold picture. And if we don't get it, I might be able to pick up one of those molds and walk it over later, but we're blowing our bubble into a mold that basically has all these inward-facing spikes, is the best way to describe it. So those end up pushing into the glass. We have all these little dimples on the surface of the bubble, and then when we gather clear glass over top of those dimples, we end up with trapped little pockets of air that are perfectly spaced. So that's how we're ending up with this patterning of bubbles on our piece. Can we have the image of the pineapple mold, please? So we've gathered up our final layer of clear glass, and this is the one that basically trapped air pockets into all those little dimples. So now we bring this to the center bench, and this is where we're going to blow it out and turn it into our pitcher. Yeah, that's a good question. I get that a lot. It's actually a lot lighter of blowing than you would think. If anything, sometimes you have to basically whisper or even less than a whisper. Otherwise, you expand it so much that it becomes thin enough that it'll collapse in some sort of way. Especially when it's really hot like this, it's really easy to blow into. But yeah, this is where the actual blowing and glass blowing comes into play. So for those who just recently joined in, I'll point out again that we are working on these pictures, which you'll see on the front pedestal right here. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store, by the way, the one that we have right here in the museum. They frequently get a little bit of creative freedom with certain things, like if they're practicing different store items, prototyping, they can kind of make things up. They also do make their own art, but they don't make it during the museum's open hours usually. Um, oh, yeah? Nice. So we've already done a couple of important things. We blew this bubble out. We came out of the furnace. We kind of hung it down towards the floor. This stretched the glass out into that longer, taller shape. And then we just finished or started the jack line, which is this divot that we squeeze into the glass right off the end of the pipe. This is a really important moment for any piece of glass, is that squeezing. We're basically creating a purposeful weak point to break the piece off from later on. And to flatten the bottom, we're sandwiching the glass kind of between the wooden paddle on the bottom and then the jacks on the side of the piece. We're just forcing it into a nice crisp corner. And just like that, the lower half of this pitcher is basically done. So next, we'll bring over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end, and we'll attach this straight to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we can break it off. Yes, it is hollow all the way through. Yeah, it's basically, we blow it out like a balloon, and then we do a lot of the shaping. Yeah. Oh yeah, and you can see the color a lot better now that it's starting to cool down. So this one looks like it will be blue. And we have pipe coolers on either side of the hot shop. So this is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. So we attach this pipe to the bottom, and then to break the piece off of its first pipe, we just apply a little bit of water and then give it a tap, and that pops the piece right off. So the whole purpose of that series of steps there was just to flip the orientation of the piece. So now we can work on the top half of the pitcher and finish it off. It's really hard to blow glass by yourself. You can make small cups and paperweights and things like that pretty easily. You can get a blow hose that attaches from your mouth to the end of the pipe so you can blow for yourself. But then the problem comes in where that one step earlier where they were flattening the bottom and they had the jacks on the side, you're not going to get that nice, crisp, sharp corner anymore. So oftentimes when it's blown glass, which is most glass, you need 3 or 4 people for one team. I know. So the first thing we do when we start opening it up is we trim off a little bit of excess glass just from around the opening. And this is more so to thin out the lip than anything else, or maybe to stretch and thin the glass out. And yeah, that's kind of answering a question I had earlier. That's where the scraps on the floor come into play. So none of that's broken pieces. It's all just little trimmings that we've cut off from our pieces. Yeah, so once we finish the overall shape of the body, we prepare the handle, which is actually another bubble of clear glass that we bring over and attach to the side of the piece, meaning that the entire piece is hollow all the way through technically because the handle is hollow as well. And with just a little curve, we finish that shape off. The handles are really hard because you can only you only have one chance, one shot. Exactly. So we do have just one final step left, and that's creating the spout for the pitcher. So we always attach the handle first because it's a little bit easier to find the opposite side of that and then make the spout rather than the opposite side of the spout and then attach the handle. So we'll use this bright handheld flame. Right now we're just kind of melting in that second connection real quick, making sure it's extra secure, but we'll use that same torch to heat up a small section of the lip and then just push it outward. And once we're finished, we break it off using a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe. We'll torch the bottom. We usually stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store, and then this piece will be fully finished. Not until tomorrow. Yeah. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece there. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, this box that we just put it inside of is holding it at a warm temperature, about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And we press a button and it's programmed to cool for a certain amount of time, which is usually about 12 hours or so. So we'll see this piece again tomorrow. Yeah. And we're going to continue to make these after our lunch break, which I'm assuming we're going to start right now. So we'll be back at about 2 p.m. We're going to make more of those pictures for the store, just a variety of colors. And thanks for watching. Okay, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I think I'll wait for some people to settle in, and then I'll talk about what we have going on down here. So, we will have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. They work here full time at the Museum of Glass, and we'll be seeing them work on these pictures right here on the front pedestal for the Museum of Glass store. So yeah, they'll be right out on the shelves in the store, our own store. These are called pineapple pitchers because we specifically use a pineapple mold, which I'll be able to show you guys up on the screen at some point. The inside of this mold is really interesting. But we're just getting started over on that left bench. We're melting down some colored glass. There we go. So we'll have some cameras following the artist's movements around up on the screen. So luckily we'll be able to see them working no matter where they are. So right here in the back, the tank with the closed door, this is a piece of equipment I want to point out to you guys, is specifically holding clear molten glass inside of it. So this is where we're getting all of our molten material. This is where we're starting all of our projects, is inside of the glass furnace. There's a large ceramic crucible just filled with clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's kind of the upper end of the temperatures that we work with in here. And then using this clear glass on the end of a blowpipe, we're going to blow a small bubble. So other than the glass furnace, I did want to point out we're also using these large open face furnaces to reheat the glass and make it malleable again, or just to keep it warm enough from breaking. And those are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. We have a diagram up on the screen. And using this leftover little bit of color at the center bench right here, Nick is pulling a pony, which is really fun to watch, really satisfying. If we could see that at the center bench. I know, the screen's been moving a little slow today, but we have some finished ones right here as well. And hopefully that camera can focus at the center bench. Yeah, something kind of fun about these is they have to be done all in one go. You can't reheat it, otherwise the legs and details just start to melt back into a blob. You're basically starting from scratch. So this is done with all just the residual heat of a fresh gather. So something weird about those ponies, because I know people will get them as like little souvenirs and stuff every once in a while when they travel to different hot shops, but you usually won't see them for sale in like a store or anything. You'll never see them for sale. You can never buy one. It's always someone who gifts it to you. These pieces of glass are not properly annealed, so they're not cooled down slow enough. There's stress kind of built up inside of them, so sometimes they'll break on a later date. And I'm not entirely sure why they don't cool them slowly, but we always just kind of set them aside. And yeah, I know, just kind of interesting. Maybe it's like the fact that certain parts have cooled already, like it just wouldn't work, maybe. Now, up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench at this point, and we are finishing our color overlay, which oh, wait, actually, no, we're on to the next point already. So this is what I wanted to show off eventually. Luckily, we have a really good view of it. We just stuffed the bubble inside of a mold. This is the pineapple mold. It has all these inward-facing spikes that have pushed into the glass, and we now have all these little dimples across the entire surface of the bubble. And what we do with that is we gather another layer of clear glass over top of it, and that's going to trap air bubbles or pockets of air inside of those little dimples, creating this perfect repeating pattern of air bubbles within the piece. So that's how we're getting this texture design on these finished pictures, which for those who just joined in, these are exactly what we're working on right here. And feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. I know you're all joining in at different points. So you're all seeing different things. So we're going for our final layer of clear. And then we'll bring it to the center bench. This is where we're going to actually blow it out and turn it into our picture. So the center bench, we've already started blowing it out. And Gabe was using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper that we splashed with water. I know, a bit of an odd tool. But we can't feel any heat through these, so we're kind of guiding which way the bubble blows out using the padded newspaper. So we've already gotten pretty much the overall shape, so we're flattening the bottom using a wooden paddle, keeping the jacks on the side, and then kind of behind the scenes, we had the end of the pipe capped as well. So this is why we need 3 or 4 people per team. We just for that one moment even to flatten the bottom and get a nice crisp corner. It's very hard to blow glass on your own. So next we bring over a second pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. And this is attached straight to the center of the bottom of our piece. And eventually we'll break the piece off of its first pipe using a little bit of water and then just a little tap. So that second pipe is basically acting like a second handle. And now we can start working on opening up the top and completely finishing the picture off. Yeah, so I wanted to show off a little example of something. This is something called Color Bar. And do we have an image that we could pull up on the screen? I have this physical example just in case it doesn't pop up. Yay, there we go. Okay, so this is called Color Bar. And we have all sorts of colors that we get shipped in. We basically just break off a small segment and we attach it to the end of a pipe using a little bit of clear glass, basically just to connect the two. And then we melt it down and we've layered it within the walls of each of these pieces. So each piece has just a little piece of color that is within the wall of the entire piece. And the way that's done, a lot of you saw in the beginning, or maybe half of you, we took a small clear bubble, we took our molten color, we applied it onto the end of the bubble, and then we just kind of pushed and rolled and smeared it back until it covered up the whole bubble. Thank you. But yeah, that process that I described is called a color drop or a color overlay. The colors themselves come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass. And they actually do this when the glass is still kind of a sand mixture. They just like shake it all together in a big drum, and then they melt it down and roll it into these bars and ship them out. But one of the most expensive colors, I love to point this one out, is gold chloride. It creates a pinkish, reddish color. And that one is very expensive because it has real gold in it. Now this is the handle. The handle is hollow itself as well as a bubble that is brought over and attached to the side of the piece. And now with this handle attached, we just have a couple of steps left. One of the bigger steps, which is making the spout of the pitcher. So after heating up a small section of the lip and then just pushing it outward, we now have our spout. We were just using the material that was already there. And pretty soon here, we'll get ready to break this off and put it away. This is going to go inside of that black box over on the left wall, which sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day. And eventually, we'll slowly cool everything inside of there all at once overnight. So with a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe, we break this piece off, and we're going to heat up and then stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. We try to do this for all of our store pieces when we can. And then this piece is completely finished. And let's give them a round of applause for all of their hard work. Thank you, everyone. And safely into the annealer it goes. And they already have the next one started over on that left bench. Efficient with time. So again, the color drop or color overlay, and I know some people just joined in, so I wanted to point out again, the pictures on the front pedestal, this is exactly what we're working on right now. And this is all starting with basically layering a little bit of colored glass onto a clear bubble, which we just finished doing in the front. And way in the beginning of this whole thing, I mentioned that we have our resident hot shop team on the floor. These guys work here full time. But we do have visiting artists that come through pretty frequently as well. The next visiting artist that we're going to have coming in is Dan Friday. He's going to be here August 5th through 9th. So you can expect visiting artists then. And then from there, we're going to have back-to-back visiting artists for a little while. Yeah, on the screen, oh, sorry, we have the cameras and the closed captioning. So hopefully this helps everyone, because I know it's hard to see that left bench all the way over there from most of the audience. It's kind of hidden behind the garage, which is that silver box. Well, yeah, so luckily we have a decent view now up on the screen of what we're doing. We took that colored bubble of glass, we gathered one more layer of clear, and then we actually stuffed this inside of a mold, which could we have an image of the pineapple mold on the screen, please? So I'll describe this mold as we wait for it to pop up, but this mold has all these inward-facing spikes, basically. So when we push the glass bubble inside of the mold, we end up with a bunch of these little dimples across the entire surface of the bubble. And then when we gather another layer of clear glass over those little dimples, that traps pockets of air inside of each little dimple. So we end up with this repeating pattern of bubbles that are perfectly spaced across the entire surface of our finished piece. And this is a pineapple pitcher because we're using a pineapple mold. That's the name of the mold that has that specific pattern inside of it. And I'm sad I can't get the picture on the screen, but maybe we'll get it later. So we just took our last gather of clear. This is all the glass we need for one pitcher. So we'll come to the center bench next, and this is where we're actually going to blow it out and turn it into that final shape. Hey, could I have the image of the pineapple mold, please? Hello. So this is an example of an optic mold. We're using something a little bit different called a pineapple mold, which has all these inward-facing spikes. I actually have a physical example that I can carry around and show those who are interested enough to come to the front. Okay, there we go. I knew we had an image somewhere. This is the pineapple mold. So it has all those inward-facing spikes, right? But it's even better to see it up close and in person, right? Yeah, exactly. Not this one exactly, but yes, we put the glass straight in there. It's more of like a taffy texture when we're working with it usually. Not that solid, but it's definitely not completely liquid when we're working with the glass. Otherwise, it would just get stuck in this mold. This mold is a little bit tricky because it has those inward-facing spikes. It holds on to the glass as you're trying to pull out. So you have to know how to work with this mold before you use it. And there are a couple of things I want to talk about since we've had so much youth in the audience today. So if you're local here in Tacoma, you can actually blow glass starting at the age of 12. And that is an amazing opportunity. It's through Hilltop Artists, which is something that I went through personally. And you have the opportunity to go through summer programs, after school clubs, during the day electives. There's a hot shop in the back of a middle school and a high school here in Tacoma. And there's also, for kids 12 and under, though, Kids Design Glass, which I love to mention because the Museum of Glass, we ourselves, this is our program that we do. So each month we will choose a design that a kid has submitted, 12 and under, and turn that design into glass. And we always make two of the same exact piece, so one can go home with the family and then one stays here at the museum to be put on display. It is incredible. The family always comes back in to watch it being made too. And we're on to that point again where we attach a pipe to the bottom so that we can transfer it off of its current pipe. And as this piece is cooled down, we can see that this piece is going to turn out green with just a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe. We pop that piece off. We're using thermal shock to our advantage. Usually we're trying to avoid it. And just a quick little recap for anyone who's just joined in. Welcome into the Hot Shop, first of all. We have our resident Hot Shop team on the floor here today. These guys work for the museum. And we are seeing them make specifically these pineapple pitchers right here on the front pedestal. We'll just see a variety of colors made throughout the rest of the day today. But these are really good sellers in our very own Museum of Glass store right outside here. And because they're good sellers, you'll see us making them in the Hot Shop when we have free time, like today. So we're going to work on making a good handful of these to put on those shelves. So a good example that I thought of when it comes to colored glass, because I have gotten a couple more questions about it, the Statue of Liberty, is made out of copper, right? And when copper oxidizes, when it reacts with oxygen, it turns that green color. So instead of it being that metallic-y sort of, amber orange, it's instead green. And we can mix that copper oxide into glass, and we're going to end up with a blue-green glass. So it's literally as simple as that. It's almost like little particles hovering around everywhere in the glass, to put it in a very rough way. And now we finished another piece. This one was green, for those who guessed. And off into the annealer it goes. Another piece done. Yeah, that box we put it inside of is called the annealer. It sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it slowly cools down for about 12 hours or overnight. So we won't see those pieces again till tomorrow.
Thank you for answering all of our questions.
Yeah. Hey, so we are going to continue to work on these pictures right here on the front pedestal. And I was just about to point out that all of our projects, no matter how big or small, if we're making something that's like my height, 80 pounds of glass, it all has to start with just that little tiny bit of glass on the end of the pipe there. Because what we do is we build up layer upon layer of glass onto each other. And it's to the point, it's really interesting, where if you were to cut this clean in half like this and look at the cross section, you can actually see the layers of glass to a certain extent, almost like tree rings. So we're building up layer upon layer like that. Yeah, just to give a quick overview of the entire hot shop, or I guess just a couple of really important pieces of equipment. This is the glass furnace, the tank with the closed door in the back there. This is where we're getting all of our fresh molten clear glass, specifically clear glass only. And you can see this diagram up here as well. That's when we go inside of those doors, we're dipping into a large ceramic crucible just filled with molten glass, basically like gathering honey on a wooden dowel. Now, when we want to continue to work with the glass, we need to heat it up over and over again to make it malleable, and we use these furnaces at each bench to do that. These are running up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. In comparison, it's very warm. But yeah, everything's running off of natural gas. And we have 2 different places to work and heat up the glass right now, just so that we can work on multiple things at the same time and then maybe bring them together, or just work on something else in general. They're not necessarily different from each other. So we've already started our next picture over on that left bench. We just stuffed the glass into a mold that we have on the floor called the pineapple mold. And do we have an image that I could show off of that, please? Of that pineapple mold? Yes, perfect. So this is the mold that we just went inside of, and this is why he briefly got stuck for a second, is because we have all these inward-facing spikes. They kind of hang on to the glass if you're not careful, and as you're pulling out, sometimes you end up leaving the entire piece of glass behind if you don't have it the correct heat or the correct shape. But luckily, we are fine. And we're using this to create the perfect pattern over on the right of those repeating air bubbles, which we see in the finished pieces right here. I see some of you gesturing to these. This is exactly what we're working on right now. We're making a variety of colors. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store. And we just gathered one more layer of clear, meaning we have all the glass that we need for this one picture that we're just about to make. So now at the center bench, we're going to start blowing into this bubble a little bit more. And Gabe is going to be using this pad pretty frequently. This is actually just folded up newspaper that has been splashed with a little bit of water. And that's all that is. You can't feel any heat through these. You can kind of squeeze with your fingers through the paper, meaning you're essentially shaping the glass with your hand. And again, this is where a lot of the blowing is going to happen. So we're expanding that glass right now. So a couple of important things that I wanted to point out. We earlier on used the jacks, which are those two metal blades, to kind of squeeze down right off the end of the pipe. That's that divot that's formed there right now. And that we're going to use to break the piece off with a little bit of water and then a tap of the pipe. Basically, it's a purposeful weak point. If we didn't have that, then the cracks would travel through the piece, or it might break somewhere else instead of right where we want it to. And then this second pipe that we attach to the bottom is, of course, just acting as a second handle so we can break it off of that first pipe. So now we can start to open this up from this small opening in the top that we now have. And then again, since we have some youth who joined in more recently over there on that side of the hot shop, I wanted to point out a couple things that I've been getting lots of good questions about today, which we have a couple of different things that I'm going to talk about. One of which is the Kids Design Glass program for kids 12 and under. They could submit a design to the museum, and it has a chance to turn into a piece of glass. These guys actually go through all of the drawings themselves. It's not like a raffle or a lottery or anything. They actually analyze them, and they decide which one is speaking to them the most, and then they turn that one into two pieces of the same glass. So one can go home with the family, and then one stays here to be put on display. But something else I wanted to talk about, which I can relate to personally, is Hilltop Artists for kids 12 and up. So middle school, high school, you can actually blow glass yourselves. And this is something I started when I was in high school as, I think, freshman, yeah. And there's after school clubs, there's during the day elective classes, there's summer programs. There's so many different ways to get involved in it. You don't necessarily have to live right here or anything either. Just as long as you can physically make it to the program, then you can participate. So yeah, that's a lot of fun. All of these things I just talked about are free, and yeah, they changed my life. So we're at the point where we're opening the piece up. We always trim a little bit of excess glass off the opening. This is actually to thin the lip out more than anything else. So the handle itself is also hollow. This is a blown bubble that we roll to lengthen and then bring over and attach to the side of the piece. And then all in one go, that handle is attached, bent, and then attached a second time. This has to be done in one go. If we reheat it, then we're reheating the entire piece and the entire shape starts to change. So we just have one shot. Luckily, these guys know what they're doing. I've been pointing out throughout the day that these guys have a lot of experience working with glass, and the one who's sitting at the bench, Gabe, he's been working with glass, he told me, about 35 years or so. So that's why they make everything look so easy. And once we have that handle on there, we heat up a small section of the lip and push it outward, and that is going to create our spout. That's the final little step here. We'll just push this outward using a piece of copper tubing. And our pitcher is pretty much done. So at this point, it's just preparation for breaking the piece off and putting it away. We usually torch any weak points, and we're also torching the glass that's connecting the piece to the pipe, and then we'll apply some water and just break the piece off. And just like that, the piece is done. We torch the bottom, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then we set it aside in the annealer to cool down overnight. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, guys. And since I've been talking about it so much, I was told I should pull up the Hilltop Artist video so you guys can hear more about that program where kids 12 and up can blow glass.
Hi, I'm Zane Scott. I am a programs manager at Hilltop Artists, and I am born and raised in Tacoma, Washington.
I'm Katie. I'm from Tacoma, and I've been in the Hilltop Artists program for 2 years now.
We're here at the Museum of Glass for our annual Hilltop Artist Residency, and we're making centerpieces for our Better Futures Luncheon, which is our big fundraiser for the year. This year is a little special. It's Hilltop's 30th anniversary, so we're making mica bottles to commemorate the original Hilltop crew making bottles, and hopefully the mica sparkles will make them a little bit special.
I really like the design this year. The bottles are super like elegant, and there's a lot of variation in the shapes. It's really fun. It's like a great way to meet a lot of people. We all have a great time when we're working. So the program has helped a lot of kids over the years kind of find an outlet for themselves. It's great to, even if you're not like wanting to be a glassblower in life, it's great because it teaches you all like life skills that you're gonna need.
It's really rewarding. I see myself in all the students, so going back and trying to give them all the pointers that I felt like really helped me grow up and become more mature and responsible and confident.
Being with so many like instructors and so many kids that are like, they're in the same place as you, they're just trying to learn new things. It's a super nice way to grow.
Katie has been a great student, spent the last year on the flameworking side of production, and has now switched over to the glass blowing side for this year, and is already exceeding, is one of like a great student, super kind, super helpful,
Yeah, it's super comforting to know that if this is the path I want to take in life, that there's a good transition between that.
Yeah, working with the museum has been, I would say, almost life-changing. It's working with them is seeing the best of the best and seeing how it's done, and seeing it like local too is really cool. As for a local kid to see that like you have some of the best in your neighborhood, your backyard, to go check out and learn from, and they're all so cool and kind, and I've learned so much as a glassblower and a person, and I also think the team learns from the students, and they keep them young, and it's just a fun learning experience for everyone. You can do a lot. Like, there's a lot that you can do here, and just believe in yourself, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, sorry. I was just playing that video because we had a lot of youth in the audience on and off today, and I wanted to play a video about a program that's local and allows them to blow glass starting at the age of 12. So that was kind of a short description of that video right there, but I actually went through that myself, and so did you.
The residency is coming up again on the August 12th through the 16th.
Yeah, so I was about to describe, we have, basically this is like a continuous process, right? So we're just whipping them out one by one, and it's kind of production style. So they technically already had the next one started over on that left bench. We are getting ready to stuff this bubble inside of our pineapple mold, which is what gives us those perfectly spaced air bubbles. I can't remember if you guys were around for that description earlier, but we stuff the bubble into a mold, and then we get those dimples, and then we gather again. And for those who just joined in, up on the screen, I wanted to point out this is the mold that we're just about to use. I know my voice is quiet. We will be working mostly at the center bench eventually, but we always start our projects on the side benches. Oh, and now that I have your attention, I wanted to point out this mold up here real quick. So this is what we're just about to use, right there on the floor. Thank you. Exactly, yeah. And the idea is we have all those inward-facing spikes, right? And when we blow the bubble into that mold, we end up with all these little dimples across the surface of the bubble, and then we gather again, and it traps air bubbles inside of each of those little dimples, and that's what creates that pattern. You can actually hear the texture of that glass now too. So now we just gather one final layer of clear, and this is all the glass that we're going to need for one of these pitchers. Hey, and welcome into the hot shop. We're going to be working on these pictures right here on the front pedestal. And we'll see what color this is. It looks like it might be green, like the last one that we worked on. But these are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store out there. We're just making a nice variety of colors. These are bestsellers that we're working on right here. These are specifically the pineapple pictures because we're using the pineapple mold. And yeah, we use our free time to make these when we don't have visiting artists. So far, we have blown this out. We've created our jack line, which is basically a purposeful weak point to break the piece off later on. And now we'll finish the bottom of the piece. So to flatten the bottom, we simply use a wooden paddle. We're also making sure to keep the jacks on the side of the piece, which are those two metal blades, making sure that wall stays nice and straight. And kind of behind the scenes, we had somebody capping the end of the pipe to maintain pressure inside of the piece. And this is exactly why we need 3 to 4 people per team for just one piece. And the next step, we attach a second pipe straight to the center of the bottom of the piece. After letting that connection set up for a second, we break the piece off of its first pipe with a little bit of water and then a tap. And I know that's a really quick move, but we're basically just using thermal shock to crack the connection, and then the vibration from tapping the pipe sends a little vibration to those cracks, and it spreads all the way around. It's pretty satisfying. So now we can start to open this up and finish the picture off. So taking some tweezers, we first stretch the glass out around the opening. This is just to thin the glass, and then trim some of that excess glass away with a pair of shears. Just getting rid of the glass that we pinched and marked up. And now we could fully open this piece up. Now we've pretty much finished the overall shape of the pitcher at this point. So we start preparing a small clear bubble, which is lengthened and then brought over and attached as the handle of the pitcher. So the pitcher handle is also hollow all the way through. Yeah, the pipes do get warm, especially if the furnace, the glass is like really low, then we have to go pretty deep in there to get the glass. And then the heat is hitting and traveling a little bit further up the pipe. But we have these pipe coolers, which are basically these troughs of water that we set the pipe into. So if they ever do get hot, then we just briefly set it in the water and then it's all good. Now just heating up a small section of the lip, we'll push it outward, and that creates our spout. And creating the spout is pretty much the last step. So then we start preparing to break it off and put it away, as long as they're happy with the way it looks. And see, this is the very beginning of the next piece right here behind me. So they are doing kind of a production style where they start the next piece right away and there's not really any break in between. Meaning each of these pieces is finished in, it's looking like 15 to 20 minutes each. It's pretty quick. Now we apply a little bit of water to correct that connection. and tap the pipe, which pops a piece off. We'll torch and stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo, and that is a completely finished piece. In this large black box, this is the annealer. It sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And with the press of a button at the end of the day, it'll start a cooling cycle, which is about 12 hours or overnight, meaning we won't see the piece again until tomorrow. No, yeah, so 900 degrees Fahrenheit is still kind of quote unquote cold for glass. Up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, glass is still going to be solid. And then beyond that is when it starts to move and become tacky. I know, it's a high temperature. So the molten glass itself that we pull out of the furnace, when it's freshly, like lava, basically, that's at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. I know, it's pretty hot. Yes, exactly. They came out of that one specifically, but basically they are exactly the same. We just have multiple annealers to use, so if we need something to cool down for longer, then we can leave it in there. Yeah. Yeah, of course. And since you guys have already seen most of the process over here, I think I'll talk about a couple of things that we have coming up, just in case you're in the area or want to come back. We have every third Thursday free admission from 5 to 8 p.m., right? But every once in a while, we'll also add something special on top of that. So August 20th is the third Thursday of August, and we're actually going to have live music up above the hot shop there. So it's called Concert in the Cone, while there's glass blowing on the floor. So that one's like a 2-in-1, and it's free admission. It's a really fun night. It gets pretty packed in here. We also do have a couple of visiting artists coming up that I've been mentioning today, which I talked about Hilltop Artists a lot earlier, so I guess I'll start off with them. Hilltop Artists, the program that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass that I started in, they're going to be coming here August 12th to 16th and working on a bunch of auction pieces for their auction in October. And Dan Friday is going to be coming in right before that, August 5th to 9th, and he's a pretty big artist locally. He has a lot of his work on display all over the place. So again, the same piece right here, just switching up the colors every once in a while. We have our bubble, we have our color, and we're pretty much preparing to stuff it into that mold that we use to get the perfectly spaced air bubbles in the piece. And this is an image of that mold. It's called the pineapple mold up on the screen. Has all these inward facing spikes. So when we use this mold, we end up with a bunch of little dimples across the surface of the glass. And then when we gather over those dimples, we end up with a bunch of trapped air bubbles. Thank you. Hey, welcome into the hot shop. Just in case you didn't see what we're working on today, I want to point out all these finished pieces right here. Yeah, we're working on some pineapple pitchers. Yeah, somebody asked about the pipes getting warm earlier, so that's a good example of them using the pipe cooler, just a trough of water that they set the pipe into. And now we come to the center bench, and this is where we'll actually blow the piece out and turn it into our pitcher. So for those who just joined in, again, this is what we're working on the front pedestal in front of you guys. These pitchers. Yeah, we're just switching things up, kind of making a variety of colors, but other than that, we're sticking with the same design and shape overall. Hey, welcome into the hot shop. Just to give a little recap, we have been continuing to work on these pictures right here on the front pedestal. We're just kind of switching up the colors every once in a while. Looks like this one's going to be green. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I was just waiting until you got settled in, but I wanted to point out the pieces that we're working on right here on the front pedestal. We're just making a variety of colors of these pictures. And we're working right here at the center bench. We've just finished off the overall shape, and we're just now attaching the handle. Now this handle is actually hollow. This is a blown bubble that we're attaching to the side of the piece. And this is done smoothly in one go. The final step in creating this picture is heating up and pushing out the lip of the piece to make a spout. So at this point, we're just preparing to break it off and put it away. And to break it off, we apply some water, cracking that connection from thermal shock. And then we'll knock it off upside down so that we can torch and stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. Because these are going into the Museum of Glass store right here in the museum. So just like that, we have another piece done. And this is carried over to the annealer, this large black box that's kept at 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And this will slowly cool down in there overnight, with just the press of a button. And just like that, we finish another piece. Now, I know you guys all came in partway through that process, so this is continuous, and we've already started the next piece over on that left bench. So over on the left bench, we have a small clear bubble of glass on the end of a blowpipe. And we also have a nice big piece of color on a second pipe, a solid pipe. This is just an example of color bar that I wanted to hold up, but it's just solid colored glass through and through. And we will melt this down and then layer it on top of that clear bubble all the way across. And that's called a color drop or a color overlay. That's creating the color for this entire piece. If you were to cut it and look at the cross section, you would see almost tree-like rings where we have clear color and then clear again. These are really thin layers of color to make it bright enough that you can actually see through the whole thing. So we have that layer of color now. And we usually will let this cool down for a little bit, and then we'll gather our next layer of clear over top of it. So that's what we've been doing. I know, looks like we're just sitting or standing around, but we're just letting the glass cool down a little bit. And then we go ahead and gather up our next layer of clear. If you haven't seen this piece of equipment used yet, this is our 2100 degree Fahrenheit glass furnace. It has a pool of molten glass sitting inside of a large ceramic crucible in the base of it. And now we're preparing the bubble for the mold that we're going to be going inside of. So this is blown out a little bit, and it's lengthened and shaped into maybe a little bit more of like a bullet shape, longer with the tapered tip. And this is going to go in the mold that you see on the floor on the right in front of where they're working. So we now have a bunch of these little dimples across the surface of the bubble from that mold. So that mold has all those inward-facing spikes, which I showed a lot of you guys earlier. And once we have this, we'll gather another layer, a final layer of clear glass over top, and that's going to trap a little pocket of air inside of each of those dimples. And that's creating that perfect spaced air pockets in the walls of the piece. Yeah, I think people often think that there's either glass in both of them or they're both used to heat, but that's because they run around the same temperature, so they probably look the same visually with that bright light. And then they're also both running off of natural gas, so they're probably built in a little bit of a similar way. But yeah, this one has a crucible in it with glass, and then that one, it's just heat, just constant fire. So we have all the material we need now. We sit at the bench and we'll start to blow this out. And this is where a lot of the blowing is happening. And we're kind of guiding which way it blows out by using the pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper. We have splashed it with a little bit of water. That's all it is. It conforms to the shape of your hand, so you're basically shaping the glass with your hand. Now we heat this up, and we can lengthen this a little bit by just hanging it down towards the floor using gravity to stretch it out. And we'll get started on that jack line, which is this divot or weak point that we create and eventually break the piece off from. Now we can continue to blow this out. And we completely flatten the bottom using a wooden paddle. You'll notice we're also capping the end of the pipe or blowing. We're also keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, which are those two metal blades again. And that means just for that one step, you need 3 people all at the same time. There's no way around it. And that's why we usually see teams of 3 or 4 when we're making anything in the hot shop, even if it's just a cup. And this color is definitely looking purple to me. So we're at that point again where we just have a couple of finishing touches. We'll heat up and melt in that second connection in the handle. And we also heat up a small section of the lip on the opposite side of the handle to create our spout. And then we'll have a complete picture. And then we torch this glass connecting the piece and the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. Then we go ahead and water and crack that piece off. Yeah, I know. You guys joined in just as we're finishing this piece, but don't worry because we're starting another of the same piece over on that left bench. Yeah, today we're making pineapple pitchers, which will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. So just like that, we pop the piece off, torch the bottom, and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And then this is off to the annealer. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, the team has been working on these nonstop since we got back from our lunch break. And we're creating one at least every 15 to 20 minutes. So we're going to have a lot of these by the end of the day. So we've already done a really important step in the process. On the screen, we have a small bubble of glass, and we've taken some colored glass. We layered it over top of that bubble. This is an example of that solid colored glass I was talking about. So we just take segments of this, attach it to the end of a pipe, melt it down, and then we layer it. You could kind of see that color on the end there. So when we blow this out, all you're going to see is that color, even though it's mostly clear glass. So once we had that colored layer of glass, we went ahead and gathered another layer of clear glass over top of that. This is to both build up mass and to basically clear coat that color. We usually don't want color directly on the surface of a piece. And then we heat this up and stuff it inside of a mold. This mold is what gives us those air bubbles in the end. This is a pretty good view, nice. So we go inside of that mold. The mold has all these inward facing spikes that push into the glass when we blow the bubble inside of the mold. And then we end up with all these little repeating dimples across the surface of the bubble. So when we let this cool down and we get one more layer of clear, we end up trapping air inside of those dimples and we get those repeating air bubbles. So we call these pitchers pineapple pitchers because we use the pineapple mold. That's the name of that mold. Also, do feel free to ask questions. It's a huge reason of why I'm here, so take advantage of it. So all of our equipment, or most of it, is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, and that molten glass, when it's freshly coming out of that glass furnace, is at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is kind of the upper end of the temperature of the glass itself. We reuse a lot of our clear glass, but when it comes to the scraps like this, we have colored and clear glass mixed together or layered on top of each other, so we can't use it for pure color or pure clear anymore. So that stuff we can't reuse. Yeah, it's literally just folded up newspaper. It's like a good, usually 9 to 12 layers of just like one sheet at a time, you know? And then they fold it into 3 and then fold it into 3 again. And then we simply splash some water on it and it's good to go. Kind of an odd tool, I know, but you surprisingly can't feel any heat through it. I think it's mostly because of that water. So very quickly, we get really close to the final shape just by kind of guiding the bubble out with the newspapers. And I did want to point out these two metal blades we're using right now. These are called the jacks. And we use these to create a weak point or a breaking point right off the end of the pipe. So we will be breaking the piece off from there relatively soon. But first we focus on the bottom. We need to get that flattened down. So we're just using a wooden paddle to push onto the bottom, but we're staying on the side with the two metal blades, and kind of behind the scenes we've been capping, maybe a little bit of blowing into the end of the pipe. And I always like to point out that specific step in the process because that's when you need 3 people minimum for one piece. If you want to flatten the bottom of a piece and you want a nice crisp corner on the bottom, no matter if it's a cup, a vase, whatever, you need 3 people for just that one little step. Once we have the bottom created, we attach a second pipe right to the center. And then with just a little bit of water and a quick tap of the pipe, this will break the piece off of its first pipe and essentially flip the orientation of the piece. And this is the exact process we need to do for any blown piece. We work on the bottom first, we attach that pipe, and then we break it off. So what's done first is they stretch the glass out just to kind of thin it out, and then they trim some excess away, usually where they kind of pinch the glass. It's a little bit uneven now. And from here, they heat it up, fully open it up, and then we just have a couple big steps after that, which is creating the handle and creating the spout. Everything moves pretty quick with these. I'm sure you've noticed. Again, these are only about 15 to 20 minutes each to make. So now that we have the overall body of the piece, we bring over another bubble of clear glass, so the handle is actually hollow. We attach that onto the side. Stretch it out and then cut it off in one go. And handles are something that have to be done in one go because we can't reheat the entire piece. Otherwise, we lose the shape. Yep, so with that final step of pushing the lip out, we have our spout, and this picture is basically done. So at this point, we start getting ready to break it off and put it away, which includes torching that glass connecting the piece and the pipe like you're seeing right now, until we see a little bit of movement in that connection. Oh yeah, just to let you guys know, this I think maybe the last piece of the day, and you have 10 minutes left to check out the rest of the museum in case you missed anything. But yeah, with the tap of a pipe, we'll torch the bottom, we'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, because again, these are going into our store, and then we're finished with this piece. And you stuck around to the very end. Thanks for watching. Yeah, we'll be able to see all those pieces again tomorrow. Once we have a nice little collection, you'll see them on the store shelves. It's usually a few days from when you see them made. Yeah, have a good rest of your day, guys.